あると思うから。
Volcano mana request. Oh, I need the faith trinket. Talisman. The two fingers heirloom. Okay, so there should be some ruins, like, to the north of me. Okay, so there's like a barrel here I need. Lightning might be better. Oh. Might be after defeating Radahn. Palace been found by a corpse by dropping down the opening on the roof, looking around the wooden walkways. Guard of Alexander is pretty nice. A lightning bus kind of cracked here. Yes, sir.
Little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin, all of it.
I look fat in this.
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all.
Fuck, I think I messed up. Shit, did that save already? I think it's too late. Missed an emote. No. Nice. Okay, so if I, yeah, if he gets me low. Oh shit! Do I get an emo? I thought I get an emo if he got me this low.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all! Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. Ah, well, what do you... Now, how did I took you for an innocent... Well, what? I'm pat tarnished, only for now. In exchange for... Honestly, frankly. So don't be... I'll be ready to... I'll be ready to...
Poisoning or rot in vicinity increases attack power. I need it. Not from Kindred of Rot. The boss, probably. Seathwater Cave, I guess. Seathwater River. So it's gotta be near here. Wait, no, it should be more north. Like right under the tree. Trying to figure out how to get down. Oh, here we go. Fuck. Forgot about that. Dead. Oh, yeah, I'm alive. scared me. How do I get down? It's a long ways around to get down. I played at launch for a little bit and got to like 108 or something. I didn't do all the bosses, but I did, you know, the story bosses, of course, and then like some optionals and stuff. Decided to make a new character for funsies. Made 2 new characters recently. Elden Ring's really good though. I never tried out the Coliseum stuff they added. That looks kind of fun. I forgot where the fire is here. so much more delayed than I thought it was. Fuck, that was kind of far. I ain't going back. No need. I was trying to get to, the dungeon here, though, for the poison enhancement. I have no idea how to get there, though, to be honest. That's huge. Trying to find a way down. Cause I need to be like down there. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. No, I was here last time. I don't think it's this way. Wait, I see a bridge. I think I have to go across the bridge. How come I can't use that? My Taunter's tongue. I thought I could use that like anywhere. It just like applies when it applies, you know? That's actually the only thing I didn't like in Elden Ring. Like, if there was one flaw to Elden Ring, I would say they just kind of ruined the way the PvP worked to, like, invading. I really like the old invade system. I felt like it was, like... it's more engaging, more intense if you got, like, invaded out of nowhere, you know? Yeah, it's because you need to have the Tonto's Tongue enabled. Otherwise, it's just the AI event things. For the red signs, of course. Please don't kill me. Oof. That's such a chippy. Go to the bottom one to actually get to that one. Oh. I was gonna go back down. I thought it was the melee one at first. Same, I was thinking about it. Wasn't too sure if it would. Looks like it. I think I know where I'm going now. I think the ladder was higher. Yeah. Actually, there's two there.
Ah, how nutties.
Okay, so I think this way. Already had this bonfire burning. Okay, but what if I wouldn't reach. I was thinking of jumping to like the edge. No way I die. It has to be that side. Oh! Maybe not, maybe not. I feel like I might make it. Nah, it's death. I ain't making it anywhere. I have no idea how to get to this place. Can you look it up? It's called Seathwater Cave.
Video for it. The closest site of Brace to this secret path is at the Ray Lucaria Academy Schoolhouse classroom. It'll also involve dying, so make sure you spend all your but not to worry. Abductors are serious business. From here, it's a short distance travel west to reach needed. You'll be their attacks. Once the two abductors have been defeated, you'll be free to take the east exit out of the cave, climbing your way down to reach the Seathwater River. From here, it's a short distance travel west to reach Seathwater Cave, and a bit further beyond that to reach Seathwater Terminus and the more volcanic regions of lower Mount Gelmir. If you want to see
I could just take the route he took. Looks like I might have to.
or great along the way, me taking in the video to arrive at a site of grace. Be careful as the enemies here can hit very hard and there are lots of falls you need to make along the way.
Okay. Nowhere to go now. No! 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 I can't believe it, man. This guy came out of nowhere. Yeah, Elden Ring was so good on launch. It still is. Everyone's been definitely waiting for that DLC for sure. I'm definitely hyped for it. I didn't try randomizer mod though. Randomizer mod looked fun. Oh! Oh! Shoot! It burns. They had a furry mod though. They actually had some like anthro characters in the game. They're a little bit scuffed, but you get what you get, you know? Good enough. It's something. Some of the models look pretty good. It's just like there isn't customization on it. That much customization on it. It's this one though. Like the wolf models definitely look the best. That one looks good. Yeah, that armor though. Yeah, definitely. Like, the wolf models are good. Like, then the blind mod's a must, you know? Like, that's like a standard install. Blind mod goes hard. 10 out of 10. Can't do any online with it though, which sucks. But you can't really like invade mid-progress anymore, so it's like, eh, whatever. But like, I can invade, I mean. I can't like not do the other stuff though. Like, I don't like the way Tonto's tongue works. Or it's just like, I think it's just the boss area. There's downside to the mod though. Your character looks like this. Like, when the mod's not installed. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't break the game though. It's because it's tied to the skin, I guess. The model. I could show in a second. I think it's pretty cool mod though.
Didn't.
But yeah, this is what I meant when it's a little bit scuffed. Is because there's some things they gotta... There's some things that are just like... yeah. Like, I don't think they can do anything about the hair, you know what I mean? So you gotta, like, turn off the hair. So that's fixable. And then yeah, I love it though. I think it looks good. I definitely like the Nightshade. And the this one too. Empyrean Shade. This one looks really nice in game. I just feel like it's really vibrant, so you see a lot of it, you know. This one's needs improvement. Serpentborn look okay-ish. But it's cool. It's awesome someone's doing that. You do have one option for how the model looks. Between 2... Two, 4... Yeah, just 2 and 4. And then 1. I think the default definitely looks the best. I like this one too, though. A little adorable. Yeah, definitely. That's what I was thinking too. I think there's some armors that don't... Oh, you know what? That was probably because of convergence. Yeah, I think that was because of a mod I had before. Never mind. Then obviously helms don't really work on them, but you know, that's not a big deal. I think it's fine. You get a wolf head, you know? Good enough. Looks like hoods, I guess, too, might work. Kinda. Ed, good trade. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing right now. PPH. I was kind of leveling 2 characters at once. They're kind of like in the same area a little bit. I just finished Ronnie's questline on this character. I was going intellect though. Heavy load. Oh no. If I have the key. I should have the key. I did Lucaria too. I heard about it. I didn't actually see it. That sword is so cool though in the game. Trying to look it up. I don't know how to actually look it up. I just typed in Dark Moon Greatsword. Didn't really pop up. IRL. IRL was one of the results. I guess that was it. Damn, looks kind of cool. The quality on this video is really bad. You should have bought it. It looks cool, man. Definitely looks cool. This is the official video 720p in this day and age. I'm disappointed. And this one does not look as good. Definitely does not look as good as this one. Holy shit. This is the up-res 4K model, but it's in 720p, and this one's in 4K. It's backwards. It's completely backwards. You would think this video would be 720p, and this one would be like 4K with like the quality of the sword, like effort put into it. That looks crazy though. I'm just on the boss over here now. Oh, dude, the stagger. He's insane. He's cracked. Oh yeah. I never upgraded my weapon on this character. Like, at all. I like just finished Ronnie's questline and I was saving my mats for just upgrading that with somber stones.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
Yeah, I was doing sorcery though, so, and I have a staff of like I have the meteorite staff, so that's the scaling on int, which is massive on that.
Back already, no matter.
Finally though, my Dark Moon Greatsword. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Back no matter.
It's Somber Smithing Stone 8 now.
Oh, had a change of heart already.
It should have a sigil I can pop too, for some bonuses. Oh yeah, did that boss too. Bastard Stars. Haven't seen that weapon before. Waves of Darkness. Haven't seen that before. I don't think I can use that. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use that. I can't use Ash 4 in this. Bastard Stars, though. I have to look that up. The worst weapon. Oh no.
I have over 1,000 hours in Elden Ring with 84 game completions, and I've enjoyed every build to some degree, so this build will be no exception, right? This is the worst weapon I've ever used for a run. I've used weapons with less than optimal split damage, weapons that focus on cosplay rather than damage, weapons with much better
Oh, is it a
alternatives,
mace? I
and
thought it was...
weapons that primarily did holy damage even throughout the late game. And this one, Bastard Stars, is the worst
Oh,
one
it's a
I've used in a run
mace.
so far.
Ugh.
But before I get into my drawn-out degradation of this weapon, let's discuss the
Doesn't even look
disappointingly
good.
few positives.
Oh, wait, that
possessed
looks cool,
by this
though.
choice of arms.
Okay, yeah,
The
that's sick.
unchangeable Ash of War, Nebula, has a deceptively long range, much like that long-distance relationship I had freshman year. and is especially great at catching other tarnished in the blast radius of that ring of explosions. There also is the cool look and the
PvP
funny
it could be
sound
cool.
you hear whenever you
Doesn't
walk
look
around
terrible
with it.
PvP,
I'm sure
maybe.
this is the favorite weapon of some eccentric
I
PvPers
don't know.
out there, but as
Yeah,
someone
so you
that
just said
plays
it.
PvE, this ain't it, Chief. While the Ash of War has great range,
Yeah,
it still
PvE
leaves
though,
you open for plenty of attacks and doesn't do nearly enough damage to massive enemies. On top of this, we have the Flail moveset. The R1s on this weapon have a shorter range than you may think, and the heavy attack is
What about the
slower
crouching
than you may
attacks?
think. This with split damage into magic and physical, with no status buildup or great attack bonuses, but the icing on this lackluster performance cake. If you're gonna go and try to do a run with this, you'd be well off pumping intelligence to at least 60 and getting the minimum requirement for dex. Your best bet may be to pair this up with the meteorite staff and make some gravity-themed mage build out of it. But in that case, you might as well use the Wing of Estelle or the Meteoric Ore Blade. And I will have the details of my build in the description, but I really could not find a fun way to use this thing. If you have any ideas, be sure to comment them below. It took me 85
I'll grab the
rounds.
Mesa. He didn't convince me enough.
Now go forth. Let the work.
The ability looks too cool. I want it for the ability. Alright, how do I use these runes again? I thought I just pop them. Don't I just pop them? Maybe fire, I guess? Bonfire? Have to go to the respective boss tower to activate them? Huh.
Now go forth.
$22 decks for this thing, though. I'm not gonna go 22 decks. I don't think I want it. I think I changed my mind.
Now go let the.
I'll get it next playthrough. New Game Plus. I don't want to boost my encumbrance.
Do you two think you may be out? waiting.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy, the Huskamania, Shining Grounds. Now, once you're at this Grace, you go into the main lobby and you take a left, and you want to run past these NPCs right here until you get to the sewer. Once you drop down into the sewer, you go straight, and make sure you actually have a lamp or a torch because it can be very dark in here. Now, you take your first right, and you want to be careful when you're running through here because there's holes in the floor and you can fall into the sewer even deeper, and then you got to work your way up top, and it's very confusing. So avoid that. There are 2 holes in the sewer that you have to avoid when taking this path right here that I'm showing you guys. And once you get to that gate, you know that you're at the right spot. So as you continue through the sewer, there will be an NPC at the end of the target. You could try to fight him if you want. He is pretty tough depending on your level. But in this room on a body will be located your somber.
Okay, stage 8 is actually what I'm supposed to be on, so.
Something else for you? Unthinkable. How could Blythe? How did he break free from his cell? No. More importantly, Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I've made a grave misjudgment. And I thought myself a capable war counselor. I'll catch up with you soon enough, Blythe. When I do, I only hope you'll accept my apology.
I don't think I can just go through the front gate. I think I have to enter from somewhere else, no? I think it was this way. Damn, I thought there was an entrance there. Gotta be from north then, huh? Like up here. It kind of just one-shot me there. Hey, what's up, Jack? Oh, my leg. I can't do that. Oh. I thought I had more. Oh no! I thought I had more health on. I have like none. They're one shot. I thought if I was close enough, he wouldn't go for it. Fireball. Pierce hits high on that. Figure out how high Pierce hits on this guy. Pierce is really good here. Thing is pretty nice. Damn. Need more mana. Bigger mana pool. probably shouldn't be healing them. Yeah, right there. I'm not used to binds. Oh, right, okay. messed up out there. My whole setup. I do it faster here. my melees hit? $97 on those. Heavy attack's slower with one hand, right? turn. There you go, Gun. I gotta stop doing that from that close. Yeah, I swapped my skills around. A fire is so far away though, there's no way. Alright. We go again, chat. We go again. I'm gonna be back here. I should still have enough mana. I missed like earlier. Oh, did it go that far? Fuck. There'll be enough mana? Boom. Damn, man. Gonna get casted. Shit, that would have hit me. No. Damn, dude, that heavy attack is so slow. Jumping heavy like. Oh, loading title and loading text. after the fireball. If only the heavy attack was just a little bit faster, man. Yeah, let's see if I do more at the beginning like this instead. Could just like pump right away. Why I manned up. That's some good damage there. Impressive. No. This saved me quite a bit. Ross kind of nuts. I messed up my free damage. It's over. God. Okay. That's one up there. let's not count this one. Alright, we take him out now. For real, for real. I didn't want to move forward, I fucked up. Okay, no. No. I thought he was stunned. I heard the stance break, so I was like, move up. Then all of a sudden he was like right in my face. Okay. That sucks. I wish I could put that animation. It's not a thing though. Just a couple frames too slow. Gotta go for another one. I wanna see if I go. The last move he killed me with was kind of insane. earned it. Holy shit, that move. Okay, that move takes a bit slower. Oh, got too close. I swapped out my weapon. They just try to stay behind it. want to move my skills around though too. Like they're kind of a mess. I just need the orders swapped. Retaliation could be good here. Still missing one slot, a memory slot.
I can I?
Where do I go to use this? Yeah, rune.
Yo, what's going on, guys? The first rune you get, Godric's Great Rune. Of course, if you guys would benefit from further guides on the other runes, do plenty more Elden Ring. So again, as mentioned, once you defeat the bosses, you often get their Great Runes. Of course, this is provided they are the major bosses. You can see that Godric's Great Rune here, for example, says to seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge of Stormvale Castle. And you guys will probably also be familiar with these items you'll obtain throughout the game, the Rune Arcs. These are, of course, a shard of the Shattered Elden Ring. They grant the blessing of... Turn your attention to this location right now. You can go over to the Rampart. There are, of course, different ways you can get there, but we're going to be going from the Rampart Tower. And from there, what you then want to do is you want to turn around and go back and drop down the lift. You then want to run through the creepy room here, of course, where you would have fought the guy with the multiple arms, and you want to take a left. And of course, once you go through there, you can go out into the courtyard. From there, you then want to turn it right, and you basically want to go and run down the hill. Now, of course, again, you could have just gone from the entrance to Stormvale Castle, but that involves going past a lot of the ballistas, so this route is pretty straightforward. You go through the gateway, you take a left, you, of course, then go up the stairs into that castle area, avoiding the lion with, of course, the blades in its arms, and you then run into this area in the back, which looks pretty awesome, and of course, depending on how much exploration you've done, you might not even have been here. You can, of course, grab the purple collectible item, then you simply want to run all the way down this very long pathway, avoiding all the stone giants, and there will be a teleporter at the end. When you take this teleporter, it will then take you over to the Divine Tower of Limgrave, and you can then open the door and take the lift up and work your way to the very top. Now this one, of course, is very simple because it's a pretty sort of straightforward way. It's like an introduction to the runes. Some of the later ones are a little bit more involved, so again, if you guys want guides on those, do let me know in the comments down below. But for this one, you simply walk over and you interact, and you will then restore the power of the Great Rune. Upon doing this, you will then, of course, now see you have Godric's Great Rune in the restored state, and if you then go and use a Rune Arc, of course, one of those collectible items you would have found, it will then activate the currently equipped Great Rune, and in the case of Godric's one, this raises all your attributes. It is, however, worth noting, once you have activated a rune, you do first need to equip it. You can go to a Site of Grace, and you can do that from there.
I'm not sure if any of my characters have one of these, like, actually on them. Maybe. I don't understand why you didn't go this way, though. In the video, he spawned that way. Am I gonna get shot here, chat? Wasn't bad. Cool. Went the wrong way, but there is a Site of Grace here, so... Oh, he went inside the building, that's right. That is right. I can't believe I just did that.
And of course, once you go through there, you can go out into the courtyard. From there, you then want to turn it right, and you basically want to go and run down the hill. Now, of course, again, you could have just gone from the entrance to Stormvale Castle, but that involves going past a lot of the ballistas, so this route is pretty straightforward. So you go through the gateway, you take a left, you of course then go up the stairs into that castle area, avoiding
Okay, I'm gonna equip it now at a camp. What would it raise this all by? Stats look the same. Like attribute points, I mean. Not my stats. HP. Like no HP. We're back. Alright, I'm back, sorry. Be able to get that dagger I want to get. It's a magic dagger, the Chris dagger. Elden Ring. Chris.
From the fourth church of Marika, all you have to do is to follow me because we have to retrieve an item from this location.
Game does not do all tabbing well.
Selling for the first time. So from the first step you have to make your way right over here to the Egel Lake North and just go down until you'll find, okay, I just cut a little bit of the way, or you can just cross the lake until you're gonna get to the waypoint ruins right over here. Defeat that pumpkin that it's gonna sit there and just talk with Selen. That's it. This will be your first thing that you have to do. Next we have to reach this location, the Primeval Sorcerer's Azul. And if you don't know how to be there, don't worry, I have a video on my channel how you can discover the Hermit Village and how you can get the Comet Azure spell. Most of you already know how to be in this location, so here is the place where you have to be. From this location, all you have to do is to talk with this wizard. It will not be such a big talk because you will have to take an item. I'm talking about the Comet Azure item, probably the best spell in this game. And after you just cut the spell, just go back to the waypoint ruin location where the Selen will be and talk with her again. Here you're gonna have a discussion. The second one, show her the spell that you just got, and you're gonna have, and after you just cut the spell, just go back to the ruin. Will be your first thing that you have to do. Next we have to reach this location, the Primeval Sorcerer's Azul.
Yeah, I have to go out the normal way. They just head up north from here. That's right. Forgot I can't use magic. If it's in that hand while I'm out. I hope I didn't miss out on the chance to get the rapier. I totally should have gotten that weapon. Hey, welcome, puss. Definitely need my endurance up a little bit. I need to go into Volcano Manor. I really want the Malakath armor. That shit's so sick.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way.
Oh. Okay. What the? Yo. Who did that? Does Volcano Cave take me to Volcano Manor? Anyone know? that not cleave or pierce, I mean?
Oh, useless.
Couldn't get the collapse. One sec. Running back, I got some food. Gonna eat for a little bit.
I look like a crazy person right now. I just got back from the gym because I needed to blow off some steam. Fair warning, I'm about to start screaming and spitting. This is probably the most emotion you will ever see from me. I'm about to get animated like a Pixar character, red in the face with steam coming out of my ears, because I am infuriated. I am livid. I've made a couple videos bringing you up to speed on a situation I've been dealing with US immigration. In a nutshell, our esports team, Moist Esports, has one of the best Apex rosters in the world right now. We're second place in NA, and we're in a really good position to win the major. But the major is happening on US soil, and the red-blooded patriots at US immigration refuse to let our team come in. Our team is Australian. So we were initially declined and had to pivot, get them to Canada so they could compete in NA this split. And we resubmitted, and our resubmission has just been declined again for legitimately no real reason, because the fucking glue-eating, crack-smoking, coke-snorting, lobotomite morons at US immigration just don't want them in the country for whatever reason they're drumming up here. We have been working with the best lawyers in the industry, the best lawyers on this fucking planet that specialize in this field, and none of them can can believe that we've been declined again. They've never had these issues before, so they're as stunned as we are. We even have one of the highest level executives at EA going to bat for us with US Immigration, lobbying for us to try and get our team in here because our team is very important to the esport because we are so highly ranked. And even with the goddamn Avengers on our side, US Immigration slams the door in our face and turns us away like it's a lacrosse house party in college. They're Australian gamers. We're not trying to sneak in fucking Viltrumite aliens. What is the issue? Gadzooks, I would hate to meet our U.S. immigration agent in real life. It'd be like meeting Voldemort. It'd be like meeting Scrooge. Like an absolute joyless fucking husk of a zombie. It can't even be a real soul. There's no way there's a human being that's handling our case. It's not possible. Because there is no reason we would keep being declined. They're not even giving us reasons that make any sense at all. Not to us, not to the lawyers, not to anybody. Nobody. And no other esports team has had this problem. Every other org that has international players got in lickety-split. They fucking speed ran it. Meanwhile, we can't. We literally can't. I'm convinced that if Jesus Christ resurrected right now, U.S. immigration would turn him away. He wouldn't be allowed in here. We'd never see him. Now, let me slow down real quick, because maybe you guys aren't understanding why this is such a big deal. Our team is one of the best in the world. And this major is huge. It's massive. And obviously, we're very passionate about this game and this esport. So they need to get into the country to play in this major, because it's an in-person LAN. They can't compete from Canada. It's happening in America, the home of the fucking cheeseburger and the Budweiser. It's happening here. So they need to be here physically to compete in it. No holograms, no force ghosts, no AI, duplicate, replicants, nothing. It's got to be them, flesh and blood, which is off the table now. I think a lot of people had a bit of confusion with the last video I made about this because the Apex boys, our team, has been in America before. We've even made videos together with them at our warehouse. But there's a difference because they were only here for like 2 weeks. I think it was even less than 2 weeks. And then the major was overseas. So they weren't here for a long time. This time around, we needed a different process because they were going to play the whole split in NA. So it needed to go through an entirely different procedure to allow them to stay here for that period. And since we keep getting declined, they are now no longer allowed to just come here temporarily. All of that's halted because they're under our Moist Esports blanket. Now they can't come here just for like that 2 weeks or anything. It's totally different. It's all changed, which is why we had to work with so many lawyers to try and get this process moving, and we just kept getting declined. So now they can't come into the country for this major. They couldn't even show up on the day to compete. Plus, they wouldn't want to do that anyway because they want time to practice, obviously. So that leaves us with only one fucking option left, and that's to cut our team. We have to release one of the best teams in the entire Apex circuit, because that's the only way they're going to be allowed in the country.
No way.
They can come here as long as they're not being represented by us. As long as they are not represented by any org right now, they can come here and compete. So that's our only option, because we obviously want the best for these guys. We want them to shine at the major. So in order to do that, we have to let them go. It's like that fucking scene in Pokemon when Ash sets down the Pikachu and runs away crying. That's us. That is literally what we have to do with our team right now. We have to cut them so that way they can compete at the major. Because we're out of time. We can't resubmit again because this process is abominably fucking slow. Weeks just to get 2 sentences back from the U.S. immigration dinosaurs, the fucking fossils that are just bones and dust in those chairs at the agency there. Like, we can't do this again because we don't have time. The major's right around the corner. So, we are officially releasing the Moist Apex squad. Unfortunately, we got the bad ending to this fucking playthrough here. And it's no fault of our own, by the way. We did everything by the books. We worked with other orgs, too. And so many different lawyers that specialize in this. And we did everything right. And still got slapped by U.S. immigration raid bosses. Ridiculous. So, I actually cooked up a theory. One that a couple of lawyers actually agreed with me on as the most likely culprit for why we kept getting declined and are still currently rejected. Our name. I hypothesized this in the last video I made, but I wasn't entirely subscribing to that belief until now. The name Moist Esports may have had a role in us being rejected. May be the only reason we were rejected. At U.S. immigration, it all falls onto your particular agent. It is entirely their discretion whether or not you are allowed entry into the country with whatever you're submitting and whatever you're doing. You have an individual agent that handles your case. it is highly possible, and according to some lawyers, not unusual, for them to decline things based on very trivial reasoning. And they never conveyed that the name was an issue to us, by the way. That would be something that's so petty that they probably would never put it in writing because it's fucking embarrassing and shameful. But it is possible that the name Moist is the reason why. Because moist is a word that is a little yucky to people, makes them feel a little icky. So whoever was handling our case maybe just really didn't like that word, didn't take us seriously, and said, nope, we won't be dealing with them. Fuck them. And I think that's the most likely possible explanation for this at the moment. Because there's nothing else. There is actually nothing else that could have possibly gone awry in this process on our end. I hope the ghoulish heathen in charge of our case is proud of themselves for this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just yanking your chain. The only thing I hope for the urinal cake that handled this case is that they get fired. That is the only solace I will find here, is if I learn that at some point whoever took this case is let go from U.S. immigration, because the country would be much better for it. I think they are so bad at their job that it borders on being criminal. Like, they should be charged with treason for how poorly they've handled this case. 6 months. 6 months of work. Well, a little less than 6 months. And never once did they give us a real reason for why we were declined. The reasons they gave us were nonsensical. And when we were inquired for more information to rectify those problems, we submitted above and beyond the requirements. And still got declined numerous times. I think this whole experience should be pretty eye-opening to a lot of people out there, to the blatant corruption in U.S. immigration. Like, this is so bad that it's almost comical. Like, if it wasn't so incredibly detrimental to our organization, I would probably find it laughable. Like, that's how awful, horrible it is, and how bad of a state U.S. immigration is in. Like, just take a step back and really analyze this. The best lawyers in the world that specialize in this field in particular were unsuccessful in getting squeaky clean Australian gamers into the country, even when the game they're competing in has the highest level executives saying to U.S. immigration, no, they need to be here, they should be here. All of these extremely powerful parts working together to try and get them into the country, and they couldn't do it multiple times. Now imagine that for someone normal. Just normal, average Joes trying to get into the country and they have to deal with U.S. immigration. What fucking hope is there? What chance do you have? That's going to be like a 20-year process bare minimum. That's inexcusably awful. What a broken fucking machine. The ice cream machines at McDonald's work better than the U.S. immigration process. It's so fucking stupid. I'm actually hitting a full-blown Porky Pig Scatman right now. I'm getting so heated. Like, it's an insult to the word stupid. Moonfall, Madam Web, The Room, that's stupid. This, it's on a whole new level. It's in a different dimension, the fucking sixth dimension of stupidity. It's a whole new ballgame. Like the fucking poop farter that handled our case, it's giving me a headache. I'm actually going caveman Braden. I'm becoming Cro-Magnon man right now. Just called him a fart pooper or whatever. Like, it's just, I'm running out of words in the English language to express the frustration at how incompetent this whole process has been on their end. So yeah, anyway, we had to release our Apex team. They will still be competing at the major, God willing, unless the immigration agent... These pictures make me mad. This is not what I look like without a beard, by the way. Hold on. That's a lot better than what I actually look like without it. This covers up... This is doing so much work. You guys don't understand. This is more effective than makeup. Prove it by shaving now. How about I prove it by just showing you my old student ID? Many of you may not have been here for that, but I've done a beardless review. Hold on. Bad CGI Charlie. Yeah, pretty much. That's the same photo. It's fucking not. Charlie without a beard. These pictures make me mad.
Games are so pricey now, it's insane.
What do you think of the absurd pricing
Gaming
for
is
Star
at its the
Wars
worst
Outlaws?
it's ever been.
Let's use some Frostfire. What do you mean?
Ever since the price hike, it's been
Some kind of
so
weird pricing
bad.
scheme?
Like, everything's been so bad. Once they increased the fucking price of the games, quality got even worse, I swear to God.
Oh,
Microtransactions are at their highest right now.
Star Wars Outlaws $110 and $130 editions prompt a collective sigh from potential players tired of season passes and ill-advised early access.
I hate it because I grew up with Prime Gaming, you know? There was a DLC that would come out, but it was like 15 bucks. It was like a year later or some shit, you know? It was like a couple maps or whatever.
Says periods. What the fuck? Anytime I see
Now it's
charts
like
like these,
$30.
it just makes me think, I can't wait to buy the full game for $20 years later. The response isn't exactly glowing on Reddit either, and the critique-focused Star Wars subreddit. If people choose to make what seems like an unwise purchase, go ahead and good luck, but I'll happily hold
microtransactions
off.
everywhere, big ones too.
Jesus Christ, that's 176 CAD. That's more than any collector's edition I've seen, but usually that comes with some giant statue of a character. So it's actually just skins in the game? Like Battle Pass shit? Because I remember, like, what was it? Was it a Harry Potter game? I don't remember. One of them had, like, a $300 collector's edition, but it came with, like, some giant prop. It's like, that makes sense, kind of, if you're, like, a big-time fan and collector. But 130 bucks for some in-game skins on top of the game?
Hell no.
What a bunch of baloney. I don't know about the gamer rods. We'll see.
Unless there's parry bait. You know, then alright. They got me.
Hey, of course. No, you were great, Bad Company. This shit was fantastic. Thanks again. Most Ultimate Collector's Editions are $120 to $150. Yeah, that's why it was like a headline, though. I'm pretty sure it was Harry Potter, right? It had like the $300 Collector's Edition. Let me see. Maybe it was Dead Island. Well, here's even a list.
Dead Island, the first one was so fucking good.
The top 10 most expensive collector's editions games that people actually bought.
First one was so good when it came out.
Alright, so this one's gonna be a little different. List content starts to lose excitement after the 95th video you make, and I see very few comprehensive breakdowns on YouTube that actually tackle the daunting task of putting sorceries and incantations into a steel cage match with each other and just seeing what happens. So consider this a beginner/intermediate guide type video that tries its best to come across as an objective comparison until I mispronounce the word X-Zykes 12 minutes in or something. We're gonna focus on how the two brackets of magic are handled in different portions of the game, the main purpose that both magic types aim to fulfill in a regular playthrough, the strengths and weaknesses of both, their subtypes, analyzing the catalyst of each type, looking at spell combo potential, all the way down to examining the stat requirements demanded by various builds. I am breaking my goddamn fingers in an attempt to take a question as broad and unfocused as the literal title of this video and condense it all down into a single guide that'll still probably get like one or two things wrong. It wouldn't be a Rusty video if it were anything else. And speaking of familiarity, here's a brand you've probably grown well acquainted with over the past few years. NordVPN can keep all your data, personal information, and even search history work with a 60-year-old map and a vintage compass. So to make this as streamlined as possible, let's just focus on the purpose of each and go from there. Sorceries have a very clear focus on plugging enemies with enough damage before they can even get to you. Out of the 70 sorceries in the base game, 57 of them, although with a bit of status or utility sometimes sprinkled on top, still seem to rely pretty heavily on the damage they inflict. The exceptions being Carian Retaliation, Eternal Darkness, Fia's Mist, Freezing Mist, Lucidity, Scholar's Shield, Starlight, Terra Magica, Thops' Thops's Barrier, and the 2 unseen spells. The following spells either have a focus entirely on inflicting status, or involve some unique utility such as crowd control or manipulating the physics of enemy spells. I was reluctant at first to include Terra Magica in here as well because it's fundamentally the same as Scholar's Armament, or another buff that essentially just equates to dealing more damage as an end result. But Terra Magica only applying its damage boost to a limited physical space I think is enough to consider it some kind of utility. And although some utility sorceries like Thops's Barrier and Scholar's Shield have very specific applications that can allow them to perform incredibly in certain situations, most others end up getting ignored or are just flat out unnecessary in the worst of cases, leading to a common stereotype that the whole of sorcery can be pared down to just shooting blue shit from a stick. Incantations, on the other hand, have functions that are much more isolated and widely spread. This is the class that allows you to heal, mitigate elemental damage and sometimes multiple types of damage at once, inflict status like poison, rot, and madness, various damage buffs that can stack with one another if chained correctly, all the way down to obscuring enemy vision and losing aggro, either to allow an escape or open a window for a critical hit. There are 101 incantations compared to the 70 sorceries, and of those incantations, 66 of them can be considered spells with a clear focus on damage, while the remaining 35 are spells like Golden Vow that boost both damage and defense, Swarm of Flies and Poison Mist that deal almost no damage but inflict very high status buildup, various healing and damage negation spells, and finally dedicated utility spells like Rejection, Shadowbait, Darkness, and Assassin's Approach that are generally used with one specific purpose in mind. Incantation builds are normally thought of as the more nuanced half of Elden Ring's magic tree, and whereas that's definitely true, nothing I've said so far in this script has even covered the full reason why. Incantations are very widely spread in terms of function, that much is certainly the case, but there's also the outlier group, which comprises incantations that are so unconventionally apart from everything else in the game that they just kind of form their own subset of magic because of how weird they are. Like some real playing by yourself and making explosion noises at recess kind of vibes. Law of Regression is an extremely powerful incantation that not only cleanses all status effects and debuffs on your character, but also nullifies enemy buffs such as the War Cry from Grave Duelists or aromatic buffs from Perfumers. And the fact that it only has an intelligence requirement despite being an incantation means common mid-game sorcery builds can very easily use it provided they have enough faith to use a Sacred Seal. Inescapable Frenzy is a grab attack that can only be performed on other player characters, limiting its use entirely to NPC invaders if you're offline, and although Frenzy Flame incantations as a whole rely on madness buildup, they still inflict innate fire damage, making them equally capable in PvE situations. Grail's Roar can be argued as both a damage and a utility spell in one, since the shockwave deals enough physical damage to be considered a damage-oriented spell, in addition to weakening enemy attack and defense. And I'm not too sure if this counts, but I'm going to anyway. I would even argue the DOT effect you find on Black Flame spells, scaling off the enemy's maximum health, is somewhat of a utility as well, because even if something is resistant to fire, the gradual damage will still be the same amount. This makes it much more difficult to efficiently divide incantations into clear subtypes, because it's not all too uncommon to be completely blind to a spell's hidden benefits when you have multiple incantations capable of fulfilling multiple roles. Incantation magic is pretty much indisputably the more diverse and all-encompassing half of Elden Ring's magic system, but incantations in a way can feel just as incredibly repetitive as its sorcery counterpart. As cool as I personally find the Dragon Communion incantations to be, it's hard to ignore that the majority of its library consists of pointing yourself in a single direction and breathing various substances down your enemy's throats. The setbacks that some spells are meant to counteract are almost never a consistent enough problem to warrant dedicating a spell slot to it, and if I'm being perfectly honest, we just do not need this many fucking healing spells. We just don't. Being able to grab Fortisax's Lightning Spear around mid-game from a boss fight that's regrettably as easy as dragon bosses come, combined with the fact that regular Ancient Lightning Spear won't be accessed until the game's penultimate domain, practically guarantees you either won't find it or won't use it. Sorceries aren't exactly immune to this treatment either, but we'll circle back to this in a few minutes. Sorceries have a total of 14 separate subtypes, or schools of magic, some of which are severe.
Damn, I didn't know about all these. How do I get the second Loretta ability? I have the first one.
severely lacking in quantity, such as the Clayman, Aberrant, and Stone Digger sorceries, while others like the Karian subtype almost seem to have way too many. It's hard to tell where the divide should be properly drawn because a couple subtypes can be argued as part of a more plentiful, more overarching class of magic, such as Loretta sorceries technically falling into the Karian division. This is important because sorceries like Adula's Moonblade share properties from both Karian and Cold sorceries. It deals Frostbite status, it gets boosted by the Karian Glintstone staff, since it falls under the definition of a sword sorcery, and it flings forward an Ice Wave, which 1. Gives it significantly more range than other sword sorceries, and 2. Enables the full sorcery to potentially hit twice if an enemy is within close enough range. It's this combination of benefits that makes Adula's Moonblade an incredibly powerful spell choice with very few substitutes. Cold magic is typically favored because it's one of the only sorcery divisions that inflicts status, and it also helps that the Cold subtype consists of 5 quality spells that are all very useful in tons of situations, albeit in different ways. Another of the strongest sorcery types would probably be Gravity Magic, which is also a school of 5 sorceries. Rock Sling, for instance, has long been a staple in most common sorcery builds. Dealing physical damage means its performance is never less than serviceable. The friendly stat requirements and FP consumption allow it to be picked up without too much hassle or preparation, and the above-average poise damage ensures that it has plenty of utility even in the late game. Gravity Well and Collapsing Stars allow enemies to be physically displaced and brought towards you, which gives it great synergy with melee sorceries, but with the right setup, they're capable of outpacing most other beginner sorceries in damage. And Meteorite of Estelle is... well, it's Meteorite of Estelle. Night sorceries may not be the greatest option overall because some of what it calls utility spells have all the utility of an underwater power outlet, but it is home to what's arguably the single most ruptured sorcery in the game, which is, of course, the esteemed Night Comet. And aberrant sorceries are pretty notorious for the lack of love they were given in the game's early days, but admittedly, these spells aren't too bad. After a sequence of changes brought on by multiple patches, it's now come to a point where the two sorceries are fairly reliable. Briars of Punishment has a much better tracking than it used to. Briars of Sin has some hyper armor that helps it out quite a bit, and their capability of dealing great damage now means they're in a spot where they feel more independently reliable, and the use of one aberrant sorcery no longer facilitates the other. If we were to consider the strongest incantation subtype, there's a couple easy choices that immediately come to mind. Obviously, there are the flame incantations, which consist of home runs like Burn O Flame and Flame Grant Me Strength. There's the Dragon Cult subtype, which is the proud owner of damage cannons like Ancient Lightning Strike and Death Lightning, and Dragon Communion builds give Faith Arcane builds easy access to magic damage and frostbite status. Although I still think overall the Frenzy Flame subtype has by far the most application of any other. Frenzy Flame magic inflicts Madness, which is a special status ailment that can only be applied to other players or NPC invaders, but its innate fire damage also gives it an extra few applications if you're sticking to PvE, making it the only incantation subtype that's in this powerful a position in both environments. The Rot Servant's incantations aren't nearly as powerful as the aforementioned, but I feel as though they're certainly the most overlooked. Poison Mist has its own niche applications all the way into the mid-game, although it inflicts a status that makes very minimal difference around later areas of the game. Pest Threads puts in incredible amounts of damage into larger enemies, and Scarlet Aeonia no longer feels like wasting 3 spell slots on what's basically a glorified gesture. When considering the weakest classes of each, some easy decisions can also be made for the sorcery library, mainly the subtypes of magic that only have 2 available spells for you to use, and in that regard the Clayman sorceries come to mind almost immediately. The Great Oracular Bubble has a very slow velocity that allows you to stack it up with other spells on unaware enemies, but outside of that niche benefit, the utility of the Clayman sorceries aren't nearly going to be as ever-present as spells in the Karian or Gravity subtypes. The Death sorceries could also use a lot of work, if I'm being honest. The 2 main damage sorceries of this subtype are both multi-projectile, making it very hard to pierce through flat defenses of enemies in the beginning of the game, which wouldn't be such a problem if Rancor Call wasn't found in Stormvale Castle, the game's very first legacy dungeon, while the actual performance of the spell won't even slightly stand out amongst others until you're well into the game. Additionally, I don't think I need to even weigh in on the problems encircling Fia's Mist at the moment. Nothing short of a full overhaul is going to save this waste of pixels. I don't know how I would even begin. Just fix it. It needs fixed. The Two Fingers incantations are intended to be an accessible beginner's library of magic that even sorcery builders shouldn't have a problem meeting the requirements of. And on that merit alone, some credit is certainly due. But most of its utility spells offer very little that you can't get somewhere else. And when people begin criticizing incantations for having a bloated selection where some spells exist entirely just to make the library look bigger, this is the subtype they're usually thinking about, especially when some improved variants of the listed spells like Flame Cleanse Me can be found decently early into the game, whereas bestial incantations almost seem to suffer from the exact opposite problem. Sure, it might be worth collecting 2 Death Root just so you can have access to Bestial Sling, but it has nowhere near the stopping power it used to. Both Beast Claw incantations have been mediocre for as long as I can remember, and the only one that stands out as a consistent all-rounder seems to be Stone of Garank, which is awarded to you after finding 6 Death Root. But that's really what most have come to expect with incantations. Even if a particular subtype offers very little in terms of performance or utility, there's usually 1 or 2 that can still pull some weight. Now that I've formally introduced both branches of the magic system, we can move on to the strengths and weaknesses of each as a whole. I'm anticipating this to be the longest section by far because of how stringent you can really get with the details. Starting with sorcery, the first benefit you'll notice pretty much immediately upon starting a new game is that the 2 sorcery starting classes are set up noticeably better than the 2 faith classes. A standard healing incantation is far from the strongest choice, just because 32 FP is a pretty enormous order for someone who's literally at the start of the game. Glintstone Pebble and Magic Glint Blade, on the other hand, not only do sustainable damage in the beginning, but end up becoming 2 of the strongest workhorses well into the mid-game and debatably even further on. Glintstone Pebble benefits from being increasingly FP efficient the further into the game, while still being able to deal damage that isn't much compared to its upgraded variants, but still not exactly insignificant. And Magic Glint Blade has the invaluable utility of being able to be delayed further by charging it, allowing it to be stacked with other spells in the process. Catch Flame does get pretty substantially powerful the more you go forward, and the Prophet does start out with 16 Faith, making this an ideal start for dedicated builds of that type. But the point is mostly that being your only choice, whereas both the Sorcerer Alliance starting classes have pretty fleshed out kits from the get-go. Another notable strength of sorcery builds is that they tend to lend themselves much more to melee combat. Out of the total 70 sorceries, there are 26 sorceries that either are better suited for closer ranges, pull enemies towards you, or are just outright melee-centered spells, comparing this to the 23 incantations that I counted. These are rough estimates, of course, since someone's individual playstyle could always make a case for 1 or 2 spells I'm not thinking of, but with gravity spells that pull enemies towards you, the 2 digger spells, and pretty much the entire Carrion library, I think sorceries tend to stand out as the stronger performers when it comes to close quarters. Not to mention, some of the same sorceries climb absurdly high in damage the more you invest into them. I know I don't have to make a case for Carrion Slicer, but the damage on Shatter Earth is definitely nothing to scoff at either. You've also got access to some of the most reputable heavy hitters in the market, like Night Comet, Meteorite of Estelle, and Shard Spiral. You can pick up some powerful Frostbite spells once you start digging into the mid-game, and the 2 Briar spells also means you aren't completely helpless when it comes to inflicting bleed. Though I think the benefit most people constantly underappreciate is just how strong the Astrologer's class's starting staff actually is. I'm not going to bore anyone with math, since school started back for most of you like a month ago, and there's already plenty of great videos out there that measure catalysts against each other in a mathematical way. But the Astrologer staff has an astounding 230 in scaling once you hit 40 intelligence, which shockingly ends up being much stronger than most other mid-game catalysts, rivaled only by the Demi-Human Queen staff and the Academy Glintstone staff, both of which are within very comfortable reach at the beginning of the game. And if that isn't enough, then you've also got the Meteorite staff that isn't located too far into Caelid, which might be the single strongest starter staff in the entire game. The obvious benefit to incantations is simply that there's more of them. This ultimately means a more versatile build, more spells within reach of your character at the start of the game, and the freedom to really hammer out a spell loadout that's more appropriate for any specific encounter. Despite only having an expanse of 12 different subtypes, not including Placidusax's Ruin, for some stupid reason. Each class feels quite a bit more equipped than other sorcery subtypes. You won't find any family of incantations struggling to come up with 2 unique spells. Even the smallest incantation classes usually clock in at 4, which still isn't great, but it's a massive step up from 2, just because it allows space for support magic alongside 1 or 2 reliable damage options. Incantations also allow players an extra line of protection against many instances where your sudden in-game squishiness might be a bit too much to deal with. Having Flame Protect Me stashed away in some dungeon hidden in the mountaintops seems arbitrary and meaningless until you remember that there are 3 fire-aligned brick shithouses waiting to give you a nice shakedown towards the endgame. These kinds of support incantations aren't uncommon, but their value only continues to increase as bosses get more nuanced along the late game and no longer tie themselves to a single type of damage. A huge benefit that sorceries almost entirely seem to miss out on. If we're speaking strictly about the fun factor between the two, I think most can readily admit that incantations are certainly stronger in a creative sense. There's never been a single Souls game where I can just pull out an ethereal dragon head and start using it as a weapon. And there probably won't be another game that gives you abilities like that in a long time, just because of how outrageously over the top it is. But that very frequently seems to be the point of incantations. Part of why people find them so fun as opposed to sorceries is because the absence of a staff allows you as a player to feel more involved in the combat. You're not swinging a wooden stick that makes the spell happen, you're making it happen yourself. It's one less layer of separation between you and the spell. And I know other people agree with this because one of the most popular mods on Nexus right now allows you to cast sorceries from your own hand.
Oh, that's cool.
It's very easy to say that inflicting status is a strength that's shared among sorceries and incantations both, particularly given that Frostbite and Bloodloss are 2 extremely powerful status ailments both inside and outside of offline play. However, I still don't consider this a strength of sorceries because saying this by itself doesn't necessarily take into account that leveling Arcane increases the amount of status buildup you inflict, except when it comes to Frostbite for some reason. This leaves you with only 2 reliable sorceries that having Arcane as a secondary focus will actually benefit, which are the 2 Thorn sorceries. And they just so happen to be boosted by a staff that scales exclusively with Faith and not Arcane. What in the fucking shit? Who made this? Who made this staff? This is a very weird way to bottleneck the performance of status on sorcery builds, and I've never understood why these decisions were made. Incantations give you access to various poison builds with the Servants of Rot incantations, Madness with the Frenzy Flame subtype, and Blood Magic, all of which pull some very enticing advantages from the Arcane stat. This also facilitates the existence of the Dragon Communion Seal, which not only scales with Faith and Arcane very comfortably, but also ends up being objectively the most powerful incantation catalyst on a new game run. But most of these benefits, I think, misrepresent incantation builds as too complicated, which can drive people away from getting too invested in what you can do. A secondary focus in Arcane is obviously far from necessary. It's not often the linchpin of a good incantation build, it just kinda helps every now and then. In reality, you're probably gonna have a much easier time leveling yourself for incantations than you would sorceries, simply because of the stat requirements for sacred seals are much friendlier on average. The highest any seal is ever gonna ask of you is 40 faith, whereas sorcery builds are being whacked over the head by staves that demand your intelligence be stacked into the 50s before you've even cleared Rea Lucaria. Even when considering individual spells, sorcery still loses on this front, because the highest stat requirement for any incantation so far is 50 faith. You have in-game spells like Placidus Axe's Ruin and Scarlet Aeonia that both fall into the mid-30s, while Black Blade and Death Lightning have a slightly higher requirement of 46 and 47, which is a solid 20 points below what's normally required for in-game sorceries. Casting a full moon sorcery with a worthwhile in-game staff like Regal Scepter not only requires around 70-80 intelligence to actually be good, but also demands a massive FP investment on top of it. There's a total of 6 sorceries that climb above 50 intelligence as a minimum, and 5 of 18 staves that all require a minimum of 48, being the 2 Crystal Staves, Regal Scepter, and the 2 Grandmaster Staves. This provides a wonderful segue into what I personally believe to be one of the most glaring deficiencies in sorcery builds as a whole. They just ask too fucking much from you. Incantations will admittedly throw you a curveball every now and then, placing Frozen Lightning Spear and Flame of the Fell God in the second Legacy dungeon and then asking you 30 to 40 faith. So it's not like either branch of magic isn't guilty of this sort of thing. But sorcery just takes it way too far at way too many points. Giving someone a staff with an asking price of 60 intelligence as a reward for defeating the
real.
second legacy boss in the game is only guaranteeing that it's gonna be ignored for 3 months until someone on the internet eventually gets curious and decides to build around it, only to then figure out how good it actually is and tell everyone. And of course it is. It better be for 60 fucking intelligence, Jesus Christ. It does make sense in terms of world building that most of the better staves are located in Liurnia, but from a gameplay standpoint, it only feels like being roadblocked, further enforcing newer players who may not know of the payoffs to stick with a mid-game alternative like the Academy staff. This only makes the somewhat unengaging playstyle of sorcery stand out even further. Extending on what I said about incantations, a lot of players tend to have more fun with a faith-based magic build simply because there's something about the lack of needing to channel power through a wooden rod that makes you feel more connected to what you're doing. It's not too rare an occurrence to see multiple sorceries tied to the same 1 or 2 animations. The glint blade spells all use the same animation, the basic pebble family of sorceries all use the same one, which isn't necessarily a complaint. Dragon communion incantations have the exact same animation, just with a different colored dragon depending on what you're casting. It's a detail that makes sense, but if you were to take away the casting sigil that determines the family of sorcery you're using, a lot of staff animations start looking very, very similar to each other. Of course, you still have the full moon sorceries and the Kari and sword sorceries that literally turn your staff into an ethereal weapon, but standard spells like Discus of Light and Flame Sling, for instance, look fundamentally different from each other in a way that can't be visually represented as clearly when all your magic is being channeled through some type of instrument.
Wait, that move looks so much better than I thought.
So that's it, right? Incantations are hands down the better choice. They have more variety, more flexibility across different builds. You don't have to worry about the steep requirements in the mid to late game, and they make for a much more interesting playthrough on average due to having more dynamic animation. This is a lame transit. This sucks. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. Look at how much time there is left in this video. Why do YouTubers like doing this transition so much? Who the fuck cares? Moving on. It's no debating that incantations easily have the upper hand in flexibility and sheer quantity of spells you can pin on your character. But an excess in variety usually yields a lack of purpose, which brings us to what I think is the most obvious weakness of incantation magic. If you were to actually look down the list of support magic, for instance, it would only take a few seconds before realizing that a lot of them are fundamentally the exact same spell, only with a slightly higher efficiency and FP cost than the one listed before it, leading to the idea that there's almost always a better version available if you just take the time to look around. When it comes to status effects, for example, incantations can very commonly overlap in what status they cure, making some significantly weaker than what they would be otherwise, and in worst cases, just flat out obsolete. Alleviating poison, sleep, and blood loss in one fell swoop is almost never going to be used to its maximum efficiency, because there isn't a single environment in the whole game outside of PvP where you're in danger of being afflicted with all 3 at the same time. Cure Poison offers very little because there's an incantation accessible immediately from the beginning of the game that cures both poison and rot while only demanding 12 faith, and most healing incantations primarily just come down to how much FP you're willing to trade, since they're functionally the exact same otherwise. There is also a notable shortage of sacred seals, especially when compared to the amount of staves in the game. Some would make the argument that it's a simpler approach to a magic system that otherwise feels too convoluted, but 9 sacred seals compared to the 18 staves you're given feels very, very uneven. Most catalysts will end up boosting a specific subtype of magic if you're a sorcerer, and we're talking damage improvements of around 20 to 30% on average, so very far from insignificant. The only subtypes of sorceries that aren't boosted by a staff are the Clayman, Cold, and Primeval sorceries. Regular Glintstone magic and some Karian sorceries like Loretta's Greatbow aren't boosted by any catalyst, but there are some offshoot subtypes found in larger magic families such as the Digger and Glintblade sorceries that do get boosted. Incantations, on the other hand, suffer a great deal more. Erdtree, Rot Servants, and Blood incantations all go without significant boosts from a sacred seal. And this may not sound like a huge difference, but keep in mind the largest sorcery subtype that's left without a boost contains only 5 spells. The Erdtree family by itself contains 13, and it's home to some of the hardest hitting incantations in the game like Black Blade and Wrath of Gold, indicative of an incredible opportunity to include a seal that boosts Erdtree incantations only to come up short. The 2 Grandmaster staves don't boost primeval sorceries, but they do come with their own interesting benefits such as extremely high scaling for 50% more FP, or quicker base casting for 20% more. Do you have any idea how massive a perk like that would be for certain incantations? As powerful as the Dragon Communion spells are, spooling one up feels like trying to start a half-dead Subaru. For seconds at a time, you're just holding a button down hoping nothing comes up behind you and kicks the shit out of you. On that
wouldn't
note,
mind
the
if they
damage on
reworked the
some
dragon ones.
incantations can easily rival that of the game's top-tier sorceries, which is important to note considering
Dragon Breath
sorceries are a
ones,
bit more
typically.
known for their ability to just dump thousands of points of damage into a given area in a couple seconds. And given what I've learned about the game and its inner workings since it's released, having Catch Flame on a starting class is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. It is such an insanely good
For
starter
real.
incantation
That's
that
why
ends
I
up
said it was
performing
such a
over
meme.
most others even at an end game level. But you better get used to it because it's extremely inconvenient coming across any other reliable damage incantations unless you really go off the beaten path, giving incantations a bit of a reputation for being hard to set up, at least not until you've passed the first two legacy dungeons. I already talked about how sorcery starter classes tend to set the player up in a way that's much more equipped for damage, but you also have a merchant not even 5 minutes away from the first grace that sells you Crystal Barrage and Scholar's Armament, two of the most underrated damage sorceries I can think of, and the item needed to unlock Glint Blade Phalanx and Carian Slicer is literally like a few pixels across the map. Even the Conspectus Scroll isn't exactly hard to get to if you're considering Raya Lucaria as part of the main journey, so you can potentially have Comet Shard, Carian Slicer, and a Phalanx spell just by collecting some fucking parchment. Any prayer books you find at the beginning of the game only come up disappointing, as you slowly realize nothing will ever be able to outpace the damage of Catch Flame. The Dragon Cult prayer book can be found near Liurnia's Artist Shack, and it can be looted from a random Dragon Cult knight just pacing back and forth in a grass field for no reason, so I kinda just ignored him for like the first 3 playthroughs without ever considering he might actually drop something worth having. Okay, so moving on to the next section. I'm not expecting this part of the video to be that stringent compared to the word vomit I just subjected you to for the past 12 minutes, but to builds that are primarily interested in casting, this might be an interesting topic. Spell chaining. Firstly, Magic Glint Blade and other Glint Blade spells are practically built to combo with other sorceries. Charging Magic Glint Blade can add a good 1.5 seconds to its delay, and you can then predict when it's going to fire and take advantage of it by synchronizing it with another high damage spell in your loadout. You can do this to a lesser effect with slower moving spells like Great Oracular Bubble, Rykard's Rancor, and the 2 Death Rancor sorceries. Obviously, there's the combo potential with the 2 Briar spells, as I think most people are aware of by now. But you can also string together sorceries in a more unconventional way. The delay on Roiling Magma, for instance, gives you just enough time to pull stray enemies into its blast radius using the gravity spells. The Full Moon sorceries also have a bit of combo potential with its slower than average speed, but exceedingly high tracking. If you're starting to detect a theme here, then yes, you are very observant. Being mindful of projectile speed and stacking spells in a way that they all hit their mark at relatively the same time is the gist of combining sorceries. Spell chaining isn't as straightforward with incantations, but once you notice certain things about how certain spells operate, you can actually find more comfortable chains than you normally would on sorceries. Discus of Light is a fairly straightforward example since it's able to hit its targets twice after a delay, and you can then anticipate the return of the disc by stacking another incantation on top of its impact. You also have spells with notably quick recovery times that are meant to be cast repeatedly, such as Catch Flame, Bestial Sling, and Blood Flame Talons. Even Noble Presence and Lightning Spear aren't terrible options as far as recovery goes, but they're more often saved at the end of whatever your spell chain is. The reason these tend to work better than most others is because they're able to be cast in succession, and therefore you can very quickly swap back and forth between them mid-combat. Although this is usually how you'll be chaining incantations together for the most part, there are also some slower moving spells like Flame of the Fell God, Whirl of Flame, and I guess Elden Stars if you're into that shit. But if you're searching for something a bit more advanced, you can take advantage of blood incantations like Swarm of Flies or Blood Boon. Bleed procs can force a stagger on most regular sized enemies, so if you know a certain chain of spells that can proc bleed on pretty much anything, you can follow it up with another high damage incantation while enemies are recuperating. We've covered just about everything in terms of what to expect. Tall order for someone who's currently in the middle of brainstorming ideas for his next magic overhaul. However, what I can do is dedicate the final part of this video to the more underappreciated positives of each, such as the fact that magma spells give sorcery builds easy access to fire damage, or how certain dragon communion spells give faith users a means of dealing magic damage. This sort of multifaceted approach to magic has been a very welcome change of pace, and the days where sorcery and faith builds were each locked into certain elements of damage is mostly a thing of the past. Sorceries have been trying.
I didn't really play with magic in the earlier Souls games, but that's a good thing because like if you're gonna have builds that are focused into one of these subcategories, then you want there to be more elements. You don't want them just dealing one sort of damage PvE. It's gonna suck. Or if they're like locked into certain ones for PvE, it's just not gonna feel good. It's gonna look up.
What do you think of the absurd pricing for Star Wars Outlaws?
And 50% more FP, that's wild. Ooh. Reduce casting time of sorceries and incantations by 8%. Celine. Celine, I think?
Selen is a major NPC in Elden Ring. She has an extensive quest. If you want, you can buy all of her sorceries to unlock some until you reach the Erd Tree Gazing Hill. To the northeast, you can hike your way up some rocky terrain, then travel northwest through Windham Ruins. A short distance away, you'll arrive at the Seethwater River site of Grace. We'll need to travel all the way around Volcano Manor to get the Comet Azure sorcery. First, we'll head north through the river until reaching Seethwater Cave. Once there, turn west and continue down the river towards Seethwater Terminus.
I'm missing a part though. I think I need to talk to the guy. And I think I'm like actually like right here. Somewhere. I'm close by. I think it's across this bridge. Right now. Further down this way? Wait, this doesn't go further. Okay, so it's this way. I'm definitely going the right way. Come on, man. Oh. 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 Ew. Thought it was gonna hit me for a second. I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm good. No way. Alright, this time. Dude. The devs are just professional trolls at this point. They have it down to an art. Okay, there's some armor I can get over here. Some sage armor. Or no, mage armor? I don't know which it is. I think it's here. Sorcerer armor, that's what it was. And yeah, this was something else here. One stone crown.
There you are. Shall we commence? What's this sorcery, my apprentice? Ah, then you have seen Master Azure. Master Azure was a founding Glintstone sorcerer, and my first teacher. A stern judge of men. But he must have seen something in you. You make us both proud. We can speak more later, my apprentice. If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of Glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos, no matter what we give in return. My apprentice, I presume nothing. Teacher and student are not bound, but hear me out. I need your help. Perhaps Splendid. This pleases me. You must have a I need your help, my Master Luce. And like Master Azure, he was banished from my apprentice. Can you find Master with this glint? I need him to. He's nigh a child of the stars. Such is his After his expulsion from the academy, a place called thinking about it wouldn't be too. After his a place called thinking about it wouldn't be too. Your appetite for you make me proud. You must have.
Yeah, let's see. Where do I need to go?
To the southwest of the terminus, you'll find a lake of lava that is in... There's normally a demi-human boss at the back end of the village that you can run past to reach the primeval sorcerer Azur's site of grace, which you can reach by traveling south from Bestial Sanctum. From the church, travel north until you see a large tombstone with a sorcerer standing in front of it. A false boulder is jutting from the cliff wall behind him and will fade when struck, revealing the entrance to Celia Hideaway. Now this is a whole dungeon with a very difficult trio boss at the end, but we'll just be going to Lusat in the sky. Make your way through 2 initial false walls.
I don't know where the hidden wall is.
Calls to travel further to the dungeon. From the church, travel north until you see a large tombstone with a sorcerer standing in front of it. A false boulder is jutting from the cliff wall behind.
Oh, you went from here.
My flesh.
I don't see any icons on the ground anymore. I don't know why. Like the writing. Lost my drink. I should really get a lantern, huh? Hey, enter this way? I didn't enter this way. Ooh, I didn't even look that up. Doesn't matter. Ah, shit. Probably die fast. Oh, they don't even die fast. I'm sorcery, that's right. Whoop. I did nothing. 24 damage in that. Falling down there. 21. Probably meteors would be the way. Six. Oh wait, my left click though. Going pretty hard. Done. That's my error. Oh! Okay, now though, now it doesn't. What the fuck? Why are you still stabbing me? bosses like to fight in a certain order. That was really good. Yeah. Oh, good.
Behind him and will fade when struck, revealing the entrance to Celia Hideaway. Inside, you'll meet Primeval Sorcerer Lucette and acquire the down to the pit below, using a giant crystal to safely descend. At the bottom, you'll find a sorcerer to the north guarding a magic seal. After dealing with them, use the seal breaker to
Cinder. He's supposed to be like this? It's normal? I guess so?
spell the barrier. Inside, you'll meet Primeval Sorcerer Lucette and acquire the Stars of Ruin legendary sorcery. To get back out of the cave, head south and hop over a crystal ledge, then immediately ascend up the small tunnel to your right before the Revenant in this second pit area has a chance to eat you. Once you've done that, it's fairly easy to retrace your steps back to the exit of the cave. Return to Waypoint Ruins and show Selen the proof that you found Lucette. At this point, you'll need to defeat Radon at Redmane Castle before completing the final steps of Selen's quest. The quickest way to reach Redmane Castle is by using the portal near the impassable Great Bridge Site of Grace. Once at the plaza, speak with Jaren to initiate the Radon fight. And as a quick tip, I highly recommend having a Vigor stat of 40 or higher before taking on Radon. However you manage it, after defeating Radon, you can travel to Waypoint Ruins to speak with Selen. A new dialogue option will have her inform you that her real body is trapped in Witchbane Ruins, a location in western Weaving Peninsula, just south of the 4th Church of Marga. Unless you have Selen at Waypoint Ruins specifically give you the task to retrieve her primal glintstone, her true body form at Witchbane will not recognize you. If you accidentally hit Selen at Witchbane Ruins, you can repair the damage done by performing the Absolution ritual at the Church of Vows using a Celestial Dew. Assuming there are no hiccups, retrieve her primal glintstone and exhaust any remaining dialogue before moving on to the next step. Before bringing the primal glintstone to Selen's new body, you'll need to find and speak with Jaren. This can play out in one of two ways. The first way is by finding him at Redmane Castle inside the structure where you took a lift down to fight Radon. If he's there, then speak with him and go through all of his dialogue. Alternatively, if you arrive at Redmane Castle and don't find Jaren in his expected spot, then this step was likely just skipped over. In either case, you can head back to Witchbane Ruins where you should now find Jaren. Make sure to speak through all of his dialogue before leaving. At this point, you can travel to Caria Manor in northwest Liurnia and make your way through it. His dialogue. Alternatively, if you arrive at Redmane Castle and don't find Jaren in his expected spot, then this step was likely just skipped over. In either case, you can head back to Witchbane Ruins where you should now find Jaren. Make sure to speak through all of his dialogue before leaving. is dialogue. Is dialogue. Alternatively, if you arrive at Redmane Castle and don't find Jaren in his expected spot, then this step was likely just skipped over.
I'm near the end of the quest line for this. Your Final Fantasy X vibes off this one.
Brave champion, the celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death. Finally, I'm no longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. May we meet again. May we meet again.
In either case, you can head back to Witchbane Ruins, where you should now find Jaren. Make sure to speak through all of his dialogue before leaving. At this point, you can travel to Caria Manor in northwest Liurnia and make your way through it. Defeat Royal Knight Loretta at the Royal Moon-Gazing Grounds, and then head west to Ronnie's Rise. From there, travel northeast and... At this point, you can travel to Caria Manor in northwest Liurnia and make your way through it. Defeat Royal Knight Loretta at the Royal Moon-Gazing Grounds, and then head west to Ronnie's Rise. From there, travel northeast and stop at the first ruins you come across. There's a false floor hiding the entrance to a secret chamber. At the opposite end of the chamber, there's a false wall hiding Selen's new body. Make sure to speak through all of Selen's dialogue after the transfer is complete. And I want to reiterate that you will only be able to transfer Selen's primal glitstone to her new body once you've spoken through all of Jaren's dialogue at Witchbane Ruins. And here is an important note for if you're trying to complete Selen's questline.
Witchbane Ruins?
At this point, you can travel to Caria. In either case, you can head back to Witchbane Ruins, where you should now...
Bro, I don't have Witchbane Ruins unlocked. What the fuck? That is so far. Alright.
I bend you. My name is a servant. But I swear my good father decided him. His servants, they've since come. I fear it. Please, would you mind my soul? Please. Then please.
One shot that one. Okay, so I need to go west. Like, full book it west. Could be around here. I don't think it's that one though. Okay. This be it?
Find Jaren. Make sure to speak through all this dialogue before leaving. At this point, you can travel to Caria Manor in northwest Liurnia, and to make your way through it,
I need to go more west. Probably here. Supposed to be hidden now. Maybe not this one.
northwest Liurnia, and to make your way through it in his expected spot, then this step was likely just skipped over. In either case, you can head back to Witchbane Ruins, where you should now find Jaren. Make sure...
Witchbane Ruins. Okay, so looks like it was like south of me. I'm done. My ruins are on top. Ambush shard.
My apprentice, thank you for coming. These shackles take a toll on us all. There is something I need you to look after. My primal glintstone. A star has fallen, and my fortunes waver. Someone may come for my life, and so I entrust it with you. Myself.
to speak through all of his dialogue before leaving. At this point, you can travel to Caria Manor in northwest Liurnia and make your way through it. Defeat Royal Knight Loretta at the...
Wait, is there supposed to be someone else here? Oh. Wait. No, not them. Huh.
Thank you, my apprentice. This is my essence. Please, treat it with care. Treat what you hold.
Royal Moon Gazing Grounds, and then head west to Ronnie's Rise. From there, travel northeast and stop at the first ruins you come across. There's a false floor hiding the entrance to a secret chamber. At the opposite end of the chamber, there's a false wall hiding Selen's new body. Make sure to speak through all of Selen's dialogue after the transfer is... complete. And I want to reiterate that there's a false floor hiding the entrance to the secret chamber. At the opposite end of the chamber, there's a false wall hiding Selen's new body. Make sure to speak through all of Selen's dialogue after the transfer is complete. And I want to reiterate that you will only be able to transfer Selen's primal glintstone to her new body once you've spoken through all of Jaren's dialogue at Witchbane Ruins. And here is an important note for if you're trying to complete Selen's questline late in the game. If both Selen and Jaren can't be found at any of their locations, the questline may have automatically progressed to this next step. For that next step, travel to Raya Lucaria Grand Library. And this is the major decision-making point of Selen's questline. Just outside the library, you should find two summoning signs. The red summoning sign will have you challenge Selen.
Now he's there.
Ah, well met. I hardly expected to see the champion of the festival here, of all places. You didn't know Selen, did you? Well, whatever the case, she's dead now. Just put it behind you. She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the primeval current, countless sorcerers fell to her hand. The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Raya Lucaria's academy. It is strange, though. The woman, she was like a husk. Her soul already fled. I suspect Selen lives on elsewhere. I'm sure she'll turn up eventually, in another body. A sickening thought, but one that won't stop gnawing at me. I suspect, I'm sure
loading title. And text.
My apprentice. Just how long has it been? Thank you. You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone. Better still, I've shed those awful shackles. Finally, I can return to the Academy to expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current. My dear apprentice. I owe this all to you. Finally, I can return to the Academy to expel...
And effectively siding with Jaren. The gold summoning sign will have you assist Selen against Jaren instead. If you successfully defeat Selen, then you will be rewarded with Selen's glintstone crown and bell bearing. Afterwards, you can head back outside to where the summoning signs were to find Jaren. He'll give you an ancient dragon smithing stone as thanks for your help, and upon reloading the area, he'll be gone. If you want, you can take this opportunity to attack him and get his armor set. However, I would advise against that, as Jaren's parting words strongly suggest that his story is not finished, and that you'll be able to meet him again in a future update or expansion. And if you chose to go down this path where you challenge Selen, then this is basically the end of request and any rewards that you'll get from it. On the other hand, successfully assisting Selen will immediately reward you with Jaren's armor set. You can then speak through all of Selen's dialogue after the fight to get the glintstone Chris, and to have the shard spiral spell added to Selen's shop. If you've already found the reset at this point, you can reload the area and Renala will return to her rightful place. Meanwhile, Selen will have undergone an unexpected transformation. Find her altered form near some of the book stacks to pick up Selen's glintstone crown. After this, you can head back to Azur's location to acquire his armor set.
Okay, sweet. I'm at like the end. I just get the rewards now. One fight. I don't remember where it's at, I just know it's here somewhere. Definitely near the end. I think it's by the elevator. Near like the end boss room.
Ah, is it time?
Are cosmetics free to change? No, right? It costs a larva, right?
Be not
It doesn't cost anything. I thought it did.
I would birth thee as a sweeting.
Okay, fine. It's not bad.
Art thou?
I didn't save my preset. I guess this doesn't really change much visually. Just on that one.
Be not alarmed, nor afraid. I would but.
I didn't know they made it free to respec. Nice.
Art thou? Be not, I would but. Art thou? Be not alarmed. I would but.
Okay. It's not what I came here for. Okay, I gotta see if he shows where this fight is, because I am lost.
And you can also go back to Lusad's location to... Afterwards, you can head back outside to where the summoning signs were to find Jaren, to this next step. For that next step, travel to Raya Lucaria Grand Library. And this is the major decision-making point of Selen's questline. Just outside of the library, you should find 2 summoning signs. The red summoning sign will have you challenge Selen, effectively siding with Jaren. The gold summoning...
It's literally outside the main place I was just at.
Jaren, bringer of my death. You have my gratitude for freeing me from my shackles. And I must leave you done. Done with you to reflect on your mistakes.
Wait. Huh. That works, I guess.
Ah, my apprentice. You've saved my skin once again. Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat returned, the Academy can hone the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, shall beam with brilliance once again. My apprentice, will you stay with us, here at the Academy? Oh, I know it's not possible. You have your own calling, to be the next Elden Lord. But do think of me, of your teacher. On the eve of your crowning, you will always be my darling pupil. Rest assured that no, the entire Academy will swear allegiance to the new monarch, my apprentice. Become Elden Lord. Perhaps I'm jumping at it. Here is a symbol of my allegiance, and the Academy's.
Nice,
Do you
Glintstone
recall
Chris.
what once I told you? That Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. When you become Elden Lord, please illuminate me. Lay bare the secrets of life which course the Elden Ring. Next time, I will be your student.
That'd be cool if, like, in New Game Plus,
one
you
life
actually
you
was.
failed to claim your throne. You can always pay me a visit. Oh, don't fret.
Get like a summon option, you know? I can get Shard Spiral now.
What is it? What?
And hopefully it doesn't weigh too much. 12 decks, I'm 1 dex off. Why couldn't it be 11 decks, chat? Why's it gotta be 12 decks? See this, I guess. And yeah, we talked to her over here.
My friend,
Wait, what the f- what even happens there? Alright, where the lore Andy's at?
Sign will have you assist Selen against Jaren instead. If you successfully defeat Selen, then you will be rewarded with Selen's Glintstone Crown and found Selen. Then this is... If you've already found Lucette at this point, you can reload the area and Renala will return to her rightful place. Meanwhile, Selen will have undergone an unexpected transformation. Find his armor set. And you can also go back to Lucette's location to get that armor set as well. Each of their Glintstone Crowns increases the potency of primeval sorceries, the main examples being Trauma Preserve and Stars of Ruin. And once more, if you sided with...
Yeah. It is what she looks like. Sweet. And then the other one was... I don't know. This way? Backwards?
To acquire his... Each of their Glintstone Crowns increases the potency of primeval sorceries, the main example. And you can also go back to Lucette's location to get that armor set as well.
Right away. Accidentally queued up another roll. And yep. And death. Yo, this range is... Sweet.
Ah, is it thy...
Fuck the orange.
Be not alarmed. I would birth...
You're beautiful.
Each of their glintstone crowns increases the potency of primeval sorceries. The main example...
Okay. Gonna maybe change some gear. feel like it kind of has like a weird pattern on it that's like repeated that you notice. Like it's a copy pasta of like a square texture that's repeated on a surface, you know what I mean? Like the matting. Probably hard to tell on stream. But like, I can see the copy pasta of like the little individual square, you know what I mean? Over multiple. Yeah, I'm using a player model mod.
Ah, is it thy...
Maybe I
Be
say
not,
Nightshade.
and I would birth thee as a sweeting.
Yeah, I'll give you a link. Make sure you give them endorse, you know, if you like it. Alright, so I did that. Now, I wanted to get Usat's Glintstone Staff and... I think there was one that increased the casting speed. Increase the casting speed by sorceries and incantation by 10% is affected by casting speed. Red Lucarda. I'm watching someone take the route real quick. Damn, I was in this room before too. I'd like this robe if it didn't look so bad to me. But to me though, I keep seeing this like... I keep seeing the pattern. And it bugs me, you know what I mean? Like how there's not like variation in the pattern, how it's like copy pasta, it's like repetitive pattern, you know what I mean? Was this way? Imagine I just roll off the edge there. Would have been a very me thing to do. Where did this guy come from? What? Casting speed is gonna be nice when I have it though. hit me. Ladder. I did. I got turned around. Oh no 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 no! I was spamming shift for so long, dude. I even stopped it. That was a good like 3 seconds of spamming shift. You probably deserved it. Okay, alright. Sandstone looks too good. Next time. everything. Holy fuck, let me just land it once. Okay, fuck, dude. I'm over it. I fucked around too much, it's over. It's gonna be rough. Parry time on that thing is pretty small. Okay, did you have to? He's alive! I got no health. Did you see me? You faked me out? Huh? I have it already, don't I? Oh, it needs 52 int though. Okay, okay. I'm 1 away.
In Elden Ring, there are plenty of ways to miss various questlines, NPC interactions. If you make your way through the Cave of Knowledge tutorial route, you can pick up the Strength Gesture near a ledge after defeating the Soldier of Godric mini-boss. Arriving at the first step, you can speak with White Mask Vare to gain some background on your situation, but will avoid his advice for now. Head north around the Tree Sentinel and discover the site of grace at the Church of Eli. Introduce yourself to Kali the Merchant and purchase the crafting kit, which will come in handy later. Move further along the beaten path to the Gatefront Ruins. A set of stairs can be found in the southeast quadrant of this area. Descend down them to find a chest containing an Ash of War and a whetstone knife, which is needed to apply Ashes of War to weapons. Grab the map fragment in the center of the ruins and perhaps the Lord Soren's greatsword from the nearby chest, then sit down at the Gatefront site of grace to the northwest. This will trigger an introduction to the NPC Melina. She'll offer an accord, which you should accept. In doing so, you'll get the ability to level up, and you'll also get Torrent, the Spectral Steed. As a general tip, keep an eye out for the option to talk with Melina whenever you rest at a site of grace. It will provide additional information on Melina and her goals, but it's ultimately just additional lore and of little consequence if missed. Return to the Church of Eli to meet another important NPC, Ronnie, though at this time she'll go by the name of Reyna. Tell her you have Torrent and she'll give you the Spirit Calling Bell along with the Lone Wolf Ashes. Return to the gate front and make your way northwest up to Stormhill Shack. Before entering the shack, grab the golden seed near the Erdtree sapling along the way. Make a point of grabbing these seeds at any Erdtree sapling you see, as they can be used to increase the number of your flasks of crimson or cerulean tears. Inside the Stormhill Shack, you'll meet another NPC by the name of Roderico. Speak with her multiple times to get the sitting sideways gesture, jellyfish spirit ashes, and a minor quest to retrieve the chrysalids memento from Stormvale Castle. We'll put off Stormvale Castle for now and instead head northeast to the War Master's Shack. There you can meet Bernal, an NPC that sells various ashes of war. Do not attack him, as he will have an important quest line later on. And as a general tip, you should avoid attacking any NPC that is not actively trying to attack you. There's no such thing as an unimportant NPC in this game. In addition, she'll offer an accord, which you should accept. In doing so, you'll get the ability to level up, and you'll also get Torrent the Spectral. Return to the gate front and make your way northwest up to Stormhill Shack. Before entering the shack, grab the golden seed near the Erdtree sapling along the way. Make a point of grabbing these seeds at any Erdtree sapling you see, as they can be used to increase the number of your flasks of crimson or cerulean tears. Inside the Stormhill Shack, you'll meet another NPC by the name of Roderico. Speak with her multiple times to get the sitting sideways gesture, jellyfish spirit ashes, and a minor quest to retrieve the in this game. In addition, if you accidentally hit a friendly NPC enough times so that they become hostile, you can always perform absolution at the Church of Vows a little later in the game, and that should fix the mistake, returning them to friendly status. Just leave them alone until then, because if you keep attacking them and they die, in most cases there will be no way to bring them back to life. Moving on, follow the trail heading northwest from War Master's Shack towards the Limgrave Arena. There you should be invaded by the most easily missed invader, Recusant Henricus. He is probably the easiest NPC invader to defeat and will drop the Hammer Talisman, which is pretty useful for heavy weapon builds. Return to the road near War Master's Shack and head along it towards the northeast. Discover the Saints Bridge site of grace and then make your way southwest up onto the hillside to meet a new NPC, Iron Fist Alexander. Agree to help him out of the rut he's in and then do it with charged weapon attacks, which is achieved by holding the right trigger on an Xbox controller or R2 on a PlayStation controller. Once
So I did the Patches quest. I think I did the Alexander thing. Actually, I would have the Delight emote. Do I have Delight? I have the Lay Down. Yeah.
If Alexander is knocked loose, you should get the Triumphant Delight gesture. Speak with Alexander and you'll get a piece of exalted flesh along with information on where he's headed. If you don't have the map fragment for this area and want to get it before continuing with the guide, you can find it near the Mistwood Ruins. Continue traveling past the Saints Bridge and you'll find D, Hunter of the Dead. Speak with him, but don't heed his warning. Instead, discover the Summonwater Village outskirts site of grace and then move into the village. Here, you'll face the relatively easy boss known as Tibia Mariner. This is actually one of the easiest bosses in the game and will give you a fair chunk of runes to level up your character, along with the skeleton militia. Return to the road near on. And as a general tip, you should avoid attacking any NPC that is not. Continue traveling past the Saints Bridge or defense stats. Resting at the site of grace will cause Melina to appear to take you to Roundtable Hold. Okay. Speaking with Corrin for the first time will get you the In Elden Ring, there are several important NPC interactions, items, and questlines that can be missed, skipped, or blocked off. Again, just don't kill him, as he has his own questline that currently rewards players with the Bull Goat armor set and Magma Whip candlestick, and looks like it'll have more steps added to it in future updates. In addition, players with the Bull Goat armor set and Magma Whip candlestick, and looks like it'll have more steps added to it in future updates. In addition, you can antagonize Patches after the first time he becomes friendly, making him hostile for a second time. After that, and once Patches damages you down to about 30% health, he'll give you the Extreme Repentance gesture, along with an opportunity to use it to gain his forgiveness.
That's what I wanted to get that I didn't get before. So I had to attack him again.
Please! I surrender! White flag and all! Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. Through and through. Well, what do you... Now, how did I took you for an innocent... Oh, what? A true... I'm Patches. Tarnished only for now. In exchange for... Honestly, frankly. So don't... I'll be ready to... Maybe, but I'll forgive at any rate. Don't miss... Cheers for that. Forgot something. No. Yeah. Now they're all... I mean, but it hardly... They're all foot's work to... Cheers for that. Are we? Fine. Have it your way. You'll get what's coming. For thinking I'm a soft touch. Last chance to surrender, mate. Grovel, and I'll forgive you.
There should also be a second chest in Patch's hovel once he opens up shop. Upon opening it, you'll find it's a teleportation trap. Returning to Patches and speaking with him after triggering the trap will net you the calm down gesture. Both of these gestures will become unobtainable once Patches moves on from this location, so if you want them, make sure to get them before continuing your journey. Number 2, Alexander's Quest. Now this one's a bit tricky. Will net you the calm down gesture. There should also be a second chest in Patch's hovel once he opens up shop. Upon opening it, you'll find it's a teleportation trap. Returning to Patches and speaking with him after triggering the trap will net you the calm down gesture. Both of these gestures will become unobtainable once Patches moves on from this location, so if you want them, make sure to get them before continuing your journey. Number 2, Alexander's Quest. Now this one's a bit tricky because I've seen plenty of players say that Alexander's Quest can be completed even after finishing the main after defeating Radahn. You can find Alexander a short distance away from the Star Scourge Radahn site of Grace after the boss fight, picking through warrior remains on the battlefield. Number 3, complete the initial steps of Nefeli's quest. All the steps can be completed within Limgrave and Liurnia. If you've done those steps, Nefeli will move to the throne room near the Godric the Grafted site of Grace after you've defeated Morgoth the Omen King and Lingdale Royal. All the steps can be completed within Limgrave and Liurnia. If you've done those steps, Nefeli will move to the throne room near the Godric the Grafted site of Grace after you've defeated Morgoth the Omen King and Lingdale.
Ah, hello there. It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward. And as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you. But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet. The Who could expect it? Just you wait.
Okay.
Del Royal Capital.
Are you acquainted? You know, he was a don't let him know more. You see him like he's take well. That's how you end when great.
Now go.
Well, I took you no matter how you're up.
Oh, they're both somber.
Oh, had to change it.
I need to do something real quick. How much is it for a level for me? $20K, not bad. And then one of these is 5K. Is there no bonfire in the castle? There isn't, is there?
being Comet Azure and Stars of Ruin. And once more, if you sided with Jaren, you unfortunately cannot get either Azures nor Luset's armor sets. And that's about it for Selen's questline. If you're still having trouble with this quest, you can reach out in the comments section where I'll do my best to help. I also recommend checking the comment I have pinned, as I'll be updating it with information about specific problems people are having and potential solutions. I'm not exactly sure what locks players out of Nefeli's questline, but I've seen plenty of comments where players find Nefeli's Stormhawk axes at one of her locations, rather than Nefeli herself. If you want to avoid that happening, make sure you get to the step where you give Nefeli the Stormhawk King ashes in Roundtable Hold as soon as possible, which again all occurs within Limgrave and Liurnia. Number 4, there are 2 requirements for high Liurnia. If you've done those steps, Nefeli will move to the throne room near the Godric the Grafted Site of Grace after you've defeated Morgoth the Omen King in Langdale Royal Capital. Steps of Nefeli's quest. All the steps can be completed within Limgrave and Liurnia. If you've done those steps, Nefeli will move to the throne room near the Godric the Grafted Site of Grace after you've defeated Morgoth the Omen King in Langdale Royal Capital. I'm not exactly sure what locks players out of Nefeli's questline, but I've seen plenty of comments where players find Nefeli's Stormhawk axes at one of her locations, rather than Nefeli herself.
Where does Nefeli go again? Hidden Village, and then Hidden Village was... I'm just gonna look up Nefeli's questline.
Ring and has one of the first major questlines that can be completed involving both Kenneth Haight and Gatekeeper Gestalk, all of which will be covered in this video. As you
I killed this guy, chat. This guy is not in my story. Is that gonna be an issue? Did I fuck up? He's dead.
Actual useful timestamps can be found in the video description. To start things off, we'll want to meet and speak with both Gatekeeper Gestalk and Nefeli before defeating Godric the Grafted. Gatekeeper Gestalk will be found in a chamber to the left of the Stormvale main gate Site of Grace. Next up is Nefeli. From the secluded cell Site of Grace, head out the southeast exit past a giant and some guards. To the right of the Erd Tree sapling is an entrance to a small chamber, and inside you'll find Nefeli standing over a corpse. Grace, head out the southeast exit.
Might as well. If I did that. Pretty sure I've done these and then talked to her. Okay, so I had 21k on me. Probably spend that. Need 52 in. Fuck. Nice.
Head out these southeast exit past a giant and some guards battle against Godric. You'll then need to defeat Godric the Grafted, and now you'll have the option of summoning Navi to assist you, but it isn't required. After defeating Godric, make sure to discover and rest at the Site of Grace. Gestalk should appear nearby, and you'll want to speak through all of his dialogue options. If you kill Gestalk, you should still be able to complete Nefeli's questline, but you will miss out on one of the major rewards, so I don't recommend doing it. After speaking to Gestalk, head to Round Table Hold. Nefeli should be standing by a table in the library near Gideon's room. If she isn't there for you, make sure to speak through all of Gideon's dialogue, then rest at the table.
Double check.
Table of Lost Grace, and she should show up. Speak with Nefeli and go through all of her dialogue. If you spoke with her before defeating Godric, she should give you the Arsenal Charm Talisman at this point. Keep...
Oh, I have that, I think. Yeah, okay, so definitely on this part.
Speaking with her, and she'll eventually say that she's leaving. You'll next find Nefeli and Liurnia at the village of the Albinarchs, sitting on the
village of Albinarchs. The village of Albinarchs.
sloped path that leads to the site of grace for the village.
There's another important thing here. I think I already got it though. Yeah.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown. And though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors, Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior. But this time, I'm a woman grown, and the...
I recommend checking to see if Nefeli is still at her spot in Albinark Village after defeating the Omen Killer and resting at a site of grace.
Star came out of nowhere. So I'm trying out a new skill. An even stronger comment. Gonna be a juicer. No way. I should have ran back. doggos back. 2 doggos. I'm just killing everything. I was gonna actually go around. Get my jump off though. Now I feel safer. I didn't realize this was here. I wanted to see if there was any like dialogue or something. Tired of this dog coming out of nowhere every time. I think he has a chance of dropping his helm too. That's the other dog that comes out. Oh my. That's the other one that comes out of nowhere too.
With her more to ensure you've exhausted all dialogue options, then rest at a site of grace again.
Or die.
And make sure she's moved on. You'll then find Nefeli at her next location in Roundtable Hole. Specifically, head down the staircase near Hugh the Smith and she should be sitting nearby. When you try speaking to her, she'll say that she needs more time, so instead go talk to her father Gideon. You'll want to ask Gideon about Nefeli's despair. Now this is a potentially crucial part of the quest. If you haven't met Seluvis yet and you don't have Seluvis' potion, you should be able to continue Nefeli's quest normally and can skip to the next timestamp. However, if you have met Seleucus, then he likely gave you a potion to give Nefeli as part of his own questline. Seleucus' questline is a topic for another video, but be warned that giving Seleucus' potion to Nefeli will prevent completion of her quest. You can instead give the potion to Dung Eater at a certain point in his questline, which will similarly prevent that quest's completion, or, and I think this is the best option, you can show the potion to Gideon and give it to him for safe disposal, which will not prevent completion of any questline, but will cause you to miss out on a unique, although arguably trivial reward. I'll have a link to my guide for the Seleucus questline in this video's description if you want to know more before continuing on. Assuming you either gave the potion to Gideon or Dung Eater, we can continue on with Nefeli's quest. The two main requirements for continuing Nefeli's quest at this point are first, making sure that Roderika is able to tune spirits. If you are this far along Nefeli's quest and Roderika still can't tune spirits, you should be able to speak to Hugh about Roderika, then to Roderika about what Hugh said, and then to Hugh once more about Roderika.
The girl as ever is good to an improved time. I've gone so.
When you leave and return to Round Table Hold, you should find Roderika in the same room as Hugh, and she should now be able to tune spirits. The second requirement is to have the Stormhawk King key item. To get this, you'll need to make your way over to the 4 belfries in western Liurnia, high up on a hill. You'll also need an imbued sword key. One can be found in a chest next to the 4 belfry Site of Grace, a second can be found in Rhea Lucaria Academy, and a third can be found at the town of Celia in Caelid. Use the key to activate the eastmost belfry, then take the portal to where it all began, the Chapel of Anticipation.
I need to think.
You'll need to defeat the grafted scion there, then continue on to the chapel.
Please, it's pathetic. So you know it's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions, forgetting the mission, punishment for offing his pawns. Lord Gideon has offered me guidance all my life. I would have done anything for him, to place him on the throne of Elden Lord. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him.
Alright, 4 belfries. What up, Shadow? Doing alright. think it's this one. Pretty high.
Liurnia, high up on a hill. You'll also need an imbued sword key. One can be found in a chest, and head through it to find the Stormhawk King ashes, and the Stormhawk Dean's ashes are also nearby. With that done, return to Nefeli at Round Table Hold and speak through all of her dialogue. You should eventually have the option to give her the Stormhawk King ashes. Do so and continue speaking with her until she has nothing new to say. And this is the last interaction you'll need to have with Nefeli before she moves to her final location. But in order for that to actually happen, you'll need to complete 2 more steps. First, you'll need to defeat Margot, the Omen King, at the Elden Throne in Leyndell Royal Capital. If you're not sure how to access Leyndell, you'll first need to acquire 2 of the Great Runes, then defeat the boss guarding the entrance on the north side of the capital. The second requirement for completing Nefeli's questline is to complete at least some of, if not all of, Kenneth Height's quest. You can find him in Limgrave, a short distance north-northeast of the Mistwood outskirts site of Grace, standing atop some ruins. Speak with him and he'll eventually ask you to take back control of Fort Height, which is a fair distance to the southeast on the other side of the Mistwood. I believe you'll need to specifically defeat the Knight Commander up on the fort wall, the one that drops the Bloody Slash Ash of War. Return to Kenneth at his location and speak through all of his dialogue. He'll give you the Erd Steel Dagger and upon further interaction, ask you to enter his service. Agree and he'll move on to his next location, which is at Fort Height, in the same spot as that Knight Commander. Upon arrival at the fort, you'll notice that it was overrun by demi-humans. Defeat them and then find Kenneth atop the fortress wall. Speak through all of his dialogue and you should be ready to finish up Nefeli's quest. Travel to the Godric the Grafted Site of Grace and make sure to rest at that Site of Grace after spawning in. If all the steps in this video were completed, this should trigger the arrival of Nefeli, Gatekeeper Gestak, and Kenneth Haight at the throne room to the northwest. Head over and speak with Nefeli to resolve her questline and receive an Ancient Drag Smithing Stone for your efforts. You can also speak with Gestak and acquire a second Ancient Drag Smithing Stone in exchange for 20,000 runes. Speak with Kenneth and he'll proclaim that he has chosen Nefeli to be the ruler of Limgrave and that he'll eventually return to Fort Haight, where he'll raise you to the glory of knighthood, which I imagine will actually happen in a future patch of the game. If you gave Seluvis's potion to Nefeli, you'll have to wait until New Game Plus to fully complete Nefeli's questline. If you're new, consider subscribing. You're helping me.
Yeah, I killed Kenneth Heights, so, yeah. I don't think I can do it. I didn't even get his dagger either. Not even worth.
And it reminds me.
If you want to avoid that happening, make sure you get to the step where you give Nefeli. There are only 3 in the game as far as anyone knows. One of those graves is dropped by Edgar the Revenger. He invades your world at the Revenger's Shack in Liurnia, but only after completing Irina's quest. It seems like Irina's quest has a greater chance of bugging out the longer you put off doing it. My advice, prioritize completing Irina's quest as soon as you step foot in Weeping Peninsula south of Limgrave, and make sure to do that before discovering the Revenger's Shack in Liurnia. Once you've completed Irina's quest, the last step is finding Edgar near Irina's body and speaking to him. Prioritize stopping by the Revenger's Shack to get that missable Shabriri drape as soon as possible. The second missable requirement for Hiatus quest involves Vike's invasion at the Church of Inhibition in northeast Liurnia. Vike drops the fingerprint grape upon defeat, which you'll need to complete Hiatus quest. If you explore the majority of Liurnia and defeat all the major bosses therein, there's a good chance Vike will not invade your world at the Church of Inhibition, blocking you out of Hiatus quest. Number 5, meet Raya in Liurnia, east of Scenic Isle in the pavilion near the Bird's Eye Telescope. Interacting with her there is required for beginning Blackguard Big Bogart's questline. You'll need to speak with Raya in Liurnia before reaching the Volcano Manor, because at that point Raya will relocate there, and you'll be locked out of starting Blackguard Bogart's quest. You don't actually need to complete Bogart's questline before going to Volcano Manor, you just need to make sure to start it. In addition, after starting it, you'll want to complete Blackguard Bogart's questline up to the point where he relocates to the outer moat near the capital ramparts, before releasing Dung Eater from his sewer jail. This will allow you to obtain a seabed curse from Blackguard Bogart. That brings us to number 6, complete Celavis's questline, which will get you the Magic Scorpion Charm. This must be done before acquiring the Fingerslayer Blade and bringing it to Ronnie. Locates to the outer moat near the capital ramparts, before releasing Dung Eater from his sewer jail. This will allow you to obtain a seabed curse from Blackguard Bogart. That brings to start it. In addition, after starting it, you'll want to complete Blackguard. There is required for beginning Blackguard Big Bogart's questline. You'll need to speak with Raya in Liurnia by Telescope. Interacting with her there is required for beginning Blackguard Big Bogart's questline. You'll need to speak with Raya in Liurnia before reaching the Volcano Manor, because at that point Raya will relocate there, and you'll be locked out of starting You'll want to complete Blackguard Bogart's questline up to the point where he relocates to the outer moat, Scorpion Charm. This must be done before eliminating the third and final target, which is given in a red letter. Completing those questlines will allow you to purchase unique ashes of war from his shop and reward you with the Gelmir's Fury sorcery. Meanwhile, completing Patch's request will reward you with the Bull Goat armor set and the Magma Candlestick Whip. After doing all that, you can safely eliminate the final target for Volcano Manor. Now, if you're clever enough, you can bypass Tanith and the rest of the Volcano Manor. Now, if you're clever enough, you can bypass Tanith and the rest of the Volcano Manor crew and make your way directly to the final boss in this area, which is Rykard. However, defeating Rykard will close off access to all uncompleted NPC interactions and quests from the main hub area in Volcano Manor, including the 3 main target requests, so defeating Rykard is the absolute last thing you want to do in this area. Moving on to number 8, complete the initial steps of Dungeeter's questline before defeating Malekith at Crumbling Farum Azula. The most important thing is making sure to collect the 2 Seabed curses in Langdale Royal Capital, which will become unavailable after defeating Malekith. You can speak with Dungeeter afterwards to get the sewer jail key. At that point, you can safely defeat Malekith and still complete Dungeeter's questline. At number 9, complete Corrin and Goldmask's questline up to the point where they move to the snowy bridge south of Stargazer's ruins. Do this before burning the Erdtree at the Forge of the Giants and especially before defeating Malekith. Once again, you'll want to get to the point where Goldmask and Corrin, if he's still alive, move to the snowy bridge south of Stargazer's ruins. A quick note before numbers 10 and 11. Generally speaking, clearing the main bosses out from a region of the map will make it so NPC invasions stop happening in that area, which was the case with Vike from earlier in this video. In addition to that one, here are 2 more invasions you'll want to make sure that you don't miss out on. At number 10, you'll want to get the White Mask and War Surgeon armor set from the White Mask invasion in the Blood Pools at Mogwins, the Fire Giant. What makes this invasion special is the Rivers of Lycatana is currently one of the best, if not the best,
Wait, did I do Ronnie's quest on this character? Yeah, I did. Okay, so yeah. And it's like on the other side. There's no way I make it. It's so far. Other side's definitely better. No, reset. And problem solved. No, I fucking rolled on the other side. There is something up there. I do want to go back for it. run. Alright, I made it. I would fall. Oh, mushroom crown. Cool.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms.
Oh, I wanted to get my runes. Like right there.
I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Yes, ancient somber stone.
Get the earliest. You are maidenless, as he loves to keep reminding you, but fear not, we must go to the 4 belfries in Liurnia, and using an imbued stone sword key, which you can get in a chest at the very top tower, then go and unlock and go through the portal at the 2nd highest tower. This will take you back to the starting area of the game, run through it, beat the boss, eventually make it to the church at the end. Lying there on the floor, very dead, but very full of usable blood, is the maiden from the very start cinematic of the game when you wake up. Get the blood, go back to him, agree to fully join, he'll have a weird intimate moment with your hand, and then give you a medallion which he warns us not to use. We will then immediately use it and find ourselves in our destined location, the Mogwin Palace. Ooh.
I killed him in the beginning of the game. I just screwed myself over.
Through the portal at the 2nd highest tower. This will take you back to the starting area to 3 for both the Rune Farm and the Somber Stone. I will give you a quick run. Maximum upgraded and almighty. Today I want to share with you the location and how to get there and get the earliest 2 portal that is a thing that you need to do a quest line. Made it over this quest line in the multi-millions runes per hour farm video because the location it leads to is the same for both the Rune Farm and the Somber Stone. I will give you a quick rundown. Either talk to the guy or the image of the guy right in front of the first steps in Limgrave. He will then go to the Church of the Rose, follow him to the Church of the Rose in Liurnia and have a chat with him. Agree positively. Liurnia and have a chat with him for both the Rune Farm and the Somber Stone. I will give you a quick rundown. Either talk to the guy or the image of the guy right in front of the first steps in Limgrave. He will then go to the Church of the Rose, follow him to the Church of the Rose in in Liurnia and have a chat with him. Agree positively with everything he says every time, he'll give you 3 bloodied fingers. You then use those bloodied fingers to go do 3 invasions. Kill them, get ganked, disconnect, doesn't matter, 3 invasions. Go back to him, agree to fully join, and he will give you a cloth to go soak in Maiden's blood. This is a problem because, again, you are Maiden-led, as he loves to keep reminding you, but fear not, we must go to the 4 belfries in Liurnia, and using an imbued stone sword key, which you can get in a chest at the very top tower, then go and unlock and go through the portal at the 2nd highest tower. This will take you back to the starting area of the game, run through it, beat the boss, eventually make it to the church at the end. Lying there on the floor, very dead, but very full of usable blood, is the Maiden from the incredibly dangerous. From the very first grace of this area, which is just ahead of you, well, you are seeing the route on screen. You want to sprint up the hill, dodge past the I don't know, bursting blood zombies? What the fuck? Like, oh, this is so weak.
Alright guys, so here's a little guide to show you how to reach Mogwin Palace. There are 2 ways to get there, either by doing White-Faced Var's quest, or without, so here's the first way with Var. Var is located at the Rose Church, so go to the Rose Church and talk to Var. He'll give you a festering bloody finger. Use this item to invade someone else's game 3 times. Don't be nervous if you're not built for invading, as you don't have to kill anyone. You can totally just invade and die if you want to. Just make sure you don't have loads of runes on you when you do invade, otherwise you will lose them all. Anyway, use the festering bloody finger to invade people 3 times, then return to White-Faced Var. He'll next give you the Lord of Blood's favour. Once you've got that, go to the Church of Inhibition. If you've not been there before, the quickest way here is south from the lift of Daedalus. It's a short trek through the mountains, but watch out because there is an enemy that causes your madness meter to build. So try and keep out of the way of that and just speed your way right to the church. Also, you'll want to watch out because you will be invaded by an NPC right by the church, and when that happens you can either kill the invader, or if you're not really confident in your skills, just run away and they'll despawn. Now interact with the statue you see in the church and you can fast travel back to White-Faced Var to complete the quest. He'll give you a medal called the Pure Blood Knight's Medal, and you can use this to warp straight to Mogwin Palace. You can use the medal as many times as you want. Instead, Mogwin Palace that does not involve Var. Way of getting to Mogwin Palace. This involves using the Waygate teleporter in the northwest of the Yeloth Annex ruins, which is here, and this is in the consecrated snowfield. To activate the Waygate, you first have to kill the Sanguine Noble NPC, who invades you around here. It's a pretty difficult fight, I mean I struggle with it, and you really only have to do it if the Var quest is unavailable, as this teleporter takes you to the same general area anyway. But kill the invader, and you can use this Waygate and go right to Mogwin Palace. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, feel free.
Damn, I shouldn't have killed him. Thinking of upgrading my staff.
took you no matter. Lay out your arm. I ask thee thankful that it is all that...
Yeah, I might go lay down for a little bit.
You challenge Selen, effectively siding with Jaren. The gold summon side to where the summoning signs were to find Jaren. And if you chose to go down this path where you challenge... If you've already found Lucette at this point, you can reload the area and Renala will return to her rightful place. Meanwhile, Selen will have undergone an unexpected transformation. Find her altered form near some of the book stacks to pick up Selen's Glintstone crown. After this, you can head back to Azur's location to acquire his armor set, Stars of Ruin. And once more, if you sided with Jaren, you unfortunately cannot get either Azur's nor Lucette's armor sets. And that's about it for Selen's questline. If you're still having trouble with this quest, you can reach out in the comment section where I'll do my best to help. I also recommend checking the comment
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down for a bit.